meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. Before we begin this morning, I would like to just take maybe a point of personal privilege and ask that you join me in a moment of just quiet reflection, supplication, prayer, offer up blessings to our friends in the Panhandle, one who suffered devastating loss to my right, the Cash family with their property, lots of people connected to Tech, and we talk about the value and integrity of the Tech family, and there are members of the Tech family who are suffering today and who are devastated today, and I would just like to take a moment just of quiet reflection and, as I said, supplication or offer up a blessing for peace and for comfort and for clarity. Will you join me, please, in that? Thank you very much. Before we continue with the business for the day, I would like to welcome all of our out-of-town participants and guests. This is the second time that we've had a formal meeting on this campus. You'll recall that the first time was in September of 2021 when we were actually welcoming and inducting, if you will, MSU as to part of the Texas Tech University system. We are thrilled and pleased to be here again. And we want to thank Dr. Haney and her staff who've been instrumental in assisting all of the team from Lubbock in planning of the meeting and the evening events. We just concluded a wonderful tour of the campus, and we were reminded again of how it was named the most beautiful campus in Texas. So we are thrilled to be here. Now, to move on with the business at hand, we'll begin by hearing a report and update from Midwestern State University. Dr. Haney.
So we are very excited to have everybody here with us today. And before I arrived, our campus went through the values journey.
President
have a mic. Went through the values
We're online.
journey. We went through the values journey to establish the core values, which certainly resonated with me as somebody who is native to this area and, of course, an alum of the campus. And we are, though the newest to the Texas Tech system, we are the oldest institution in the Texas Tech system, established in 1922 as a junior college, and then, of course, today to the vibrant four-year regional that we call home. As I said, I was an alum, so there I am in a couple of productions on campus, and then after graduation and teaching high school for a couple years here at Hershey, I transitioned to a staff member at the university and was able to get my master's degree while I was here. And then again, the foundation that was provided at this place, yada, 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 here we are talking today. So I am incredibly honored to be in this position, but incredibly grateful to the phenomenal education I received here, and you can imagine why we are all so committed to ensuring more students have that opportunity. So our enrollment here, a little over 5,500, undergraduate at 4,500, our graduate students around 1,000, and my favorite day certainly on the campus is commencement. It's an exciting celebration for our students and knowing the life that is ahead for them after that degree. The majority of our students come from the North Texas region, although we have many other spaces across the great state of Texas and Oklahoma that we draw from, but we also have 56 countries represented among our students. We have decades of recruiting students from the Eastern Caribbean, but you can see it's an incredibly vibrant space for our students to be able to interact and create those connections across the globe. When you look at who we are as an institution, the majority of our students rest there in the health and sciences, human sciences, and the professions, including education, business, and the STEM fields. But we have a breadth across our campus, which is also incredibly fabulous, so that we have the fine arts, the performing arts, and of course humanities and social sciences. We are also excited that 40% of our students are first generation. They are the first in their families to complete college, and we know that we're not only transforming the life of those students, but everyone around those students and the expectations for each and every one of them. This year, we hit 25.9% of our undergraduate students are Hispanic. So as that continues to grow, we will be able to leverage that as a Hispanic serving institution. And again, we also have students in economic need on our campus, and wanting to ensure again that we are transforming their path, their economic future, by being able to provide the phenomenal education at this institution. Now, while we are an undergraduate teaching institution and focused on that mission and doing it exceptionally well, we do have an incredibly vibrant scholarly community here, and over the last year, we've had more than doubled the number of research proposals submitted, and more critically, had a 136% increase in the success of those awards. And that translates, again, into our faculty working not only with our graduate students, but also with our undergraduate students, providing them that tactical, experiential value in their academic progress. And then, of course, we're very pleased to have half of those grants coming from federal funds. So the other thing that we're really excited about, we are working with a collaborative grant with ASU that will help to build that infrastructure so that we're able to provide even more support to our faculty and to our students. And then we've had numbers of visits with both ASU and TTU faculty to talk about specific collaborations across our campus. So we are excited again about the work that's happening connecting our faculty and their expertise both to our students and to our colleagues across other campuses. And then thrilled to be participating in the One Health Institute and the Water Consortium, both which are system-wide opportunities for us. In terms of our points of pride, we are certainly an incredible value for our students. We have a partnership, one of the first corporate public educational partnerships of its type in our radiological sciences program, with Shimadzu helping to provide the state-of-the-art equipment for our students, so very excited about that partnership. And then we're also, again, focused on those first-gen students and getting attention for our work there. And you can see where we are really achieving those mobility, social mobility goals for our students. And we're very excited about the emphasis we have on the new electrical engineering program and on the success we're having in computer science and STEM-related fields. I also just have to take a moment. So at one of the first meetings here, Ronnie Hawkins had a string of rings, as they're known around here. And I've talked all about how Ronnie Hawkins had a string of rings. I'm gonna need me a string of rings. So I'm very excited that the first one this year, our soccer team won the conference championship. Thank you. Very excited about that. You'll get to meet as well a couple of our new additions to our coaching staff, and it is such a fabulous experience for our students as they are working toward their graduation. We are also incredibly proud of our Pretty Scholars program, which serves as the example of how we can ensure student success. So we are grateful for Regent Sweat, of course, and her leadership of the Pretty program. But this program, currently with 52 students in it, these are all first-generation students, first in their families ever to go to college. And you can see we would be envious, any of us, of those numbers across our campuses. 3.2 GPA, 13 of them in the fall had 4.0s. They have the average number of engagement hours that are spent for these students, because they are not asked to work, they are asked to focus on their academics. But I want to point out that last number. 82% of them are graduating in 4 years. 82%. That is a stunning number. So we are incredibly, incredibly proud of this program, and we are using that program as an exemplar and taking lessons learned from it to expand across our campus. So we're very, very proud of that program. As was noted, we were named Most Beautiful Campus, #1 in the entire state of Texas. And if you visited our campus, you can see why. That makes perfect sense that we should be, and we are so very grateful to the leadership of Kyle Owen and our facilities team, who do an amazing job of keeping our campus facilities in the beautiful shape that they are. And we're also appreciative of the leaders of our campus who were careful to ensure our aesthetic and the beauty of the campus was maintained, which does not always happen. Now, we also, of course, are an economic pillar for our community. And we, across the breadth of the state, have almost $1 billion impact economically. But for this particular region, between the campus and the base, we are those anchor institutions, as they're known, that drive the industry in our area. And we're incredibly proud of the work that we do to produce the talent that drives the economic engine for our region. We are also very excited about building the partnership with Shepherd Air Force Base, where we can be focused on ensuring that they are getting the essential degrees they need, or those stackable credentials. Because we have a breadth of portfolio of online, we are able to ensure that we can go with those airmen wherever they are next stationed, but also for the families and dependents and our veterans. So we are also very excited about the work that's happening there. Now, I want to just take a minute when I say thank you, and I want to be very specific about how grateful I am for all of the work that will happen today. And for those who are in our audience, who may be the ones who are ensuring that an invoice gets where it needs to be, or we get a press release out, for our regents who are here ensuring that these degree plans are approved, or that we're focusing on this facility or that. And I have the incredible privilege of working directly with our students, of shaking their hand when they cross that stage. But we can sometimes lose the power of the work that we do here in the transforming of those lives. And so I want to take just a moment, and I want to be sure we all do remember the incredibly important work that we do. So when I was young in elementary school, my father, who had 3 children, I was the youngest, made a very brave decision to come back to college. So he was in his 30s and would have had a great career, I'm sure, doing something, but he wanted that college degree. So he chose to quit his job, and not the farm, he still did that, but to quit his job and to go back to school here at MSU. And I can remember as a young child, because he was a biology major, having to go pick up on his zoology class, the specimens he had caught. So very vivid memories of that. But those were incredibly lean times for our family. And we would go to the Pizza Hut that used to be out here on the Old Seymour Road, I think. And anyway, we would go into the Pizza Hut, the 5 of us, and we would all leave starving because we couldn't afford a big enough pizza to fill us all up. And we were fighting over the last pieces as kids. And my dad turned to my mom and said, "When I graduate, we are coming back to this Pizza Hut, and everybody's getting a large pizza." It is one of my most vivid memories as a child. is being in that Pizza Hut restaurant, and after my father had graduated, and the wait staff came over and said, "Young lady, what would you like?" And I said, "A large hamburger pizza." And he looked at my dad and said, "Sir, do you know how big that pizza will be?" And my dad said, "Yes, and she'll take a large." And our whole family sat around that table, celebrating that incredible accomplishment. And my father went on to be an amazing biology and chemistry teacher. I can say that because I had him. And he taught and prepared individuals for careers in all of the fields of the graduates at Henrietta High School. They went on to be doctors and lawyers and populate the manufacturing firms here in this community, and even a college president. And that day, what that education did for my father, for our family, who went on to understand the value of the college education. And when I was moving here and going through things, I found my father's diploma. And when I opened it up, there was the canceled check to Pizza Hut. And what that meant for my father, what that meant for our family, that's the work we are about today. And we can lose sight of that, and I want to make sure that we don't. So thank you all so much for each and everything that you do to ensure that the Doyle Edwards of the future can celebrate as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Haney. Great report. Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board at this time for Dr. Haney? Hearing none, then, before we move on, Dr. Haney, let me just say this, that leadership has its impact and its implication. And if I can put it in your wonderful family story analogy, you are building a supreme pizza here. Thank you.
I love that.
If there aren't any questions or comments, the meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene today after our last committee meeting is adjourned. We will now continue with committee meetings. As you know, all regents serve as members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. Student Regent Steely serves as a member of the ACS committee, and as mandated by state law, is a non-voting member of the board actions resulting in on the items from each committee. And you'll want to know that once the committee makes the action, it's final and does not require additional approval by the board, just approval by Steely. Okay, so we're good to go here. All right. We'll begin with the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Campbell serves as the chair. Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Campbell, please continue with the Finance and Investment Committees.
Thank you, Chairman Griffin. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order, and I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 16th, 2023. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mrs. Sloan, please present item 1.
Good morning. This item is to request that the board authorize the president or his designee to execute a consulting contract with Tremonti Consulting. This is to provide advisory support services for the Office of Research Commercialization. So the Office of Research Commercialization really is a shared services for the system and all component institutions to identify, protect, market, and license the intellectual property created by faculty, staff, and students. Tremonti is seeking to be engaged to work closely with our TTU personnel to provide commercial assessment of our technologies, development of marketing materials, technology marketing assistance, and licensing comparables. So as we've continued to grow the technologies and the patents and those things that we have done, so we need a company to come in, software tools to kind of assess the viability of a lot of those, which should be had, which should be marketed further, and how that compares to other research institutions and systems of our size. The consulting fee is $100,000 annually plus reimbursement of travel and other out-of-pocket costs, and the contract will be effective upon execution, expiring 3 years thereafter.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Well, while this is a Texas Tech initiative, my sense of it is, though, it could encompass the whole system, this consulting agreement. Would the other components be able to participate through this?
Correct,
this program?
because the Office of Research Commercialization actually has a shared budget, so each of the components support that office, and this consulting agreement will support the technologies for all the component institutions.
Thank you.
Hearing no further questions, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item 2.
Thank you. Good morning. I have for you a couple of agenda items related to tuition and fee increases. There was a memo that went out to the board with details of the planned increases or planned requested increases. Hopefully you've had a chance to review that. I think the Chancellor wanted to say a few words before I went into the items themselves.
Thank you, James. Just as a way to level set with everybody, if you all will recall, prior to the 88th legislative session, all of the systems of higher education signed an agreement that for the general academic institutions, we would hold undergraduate tuition and academic fees flat for a 2-year period. In return for that, they would work, the House and Senate would work on an affordability package that amounted to about $800 million to address some of the needs that the general academics were having with things you guys will remember like Hazelwood and the like, so a list of things. So we all agreed to do that, and so what you have before you now are non-academic fee increases as well as graduate tuition increases that the general academic institutions have worked very hard to streamline the fees they have, but I think you can see from the presentation that Dr. Haney just did, all 3 of our general academic institutions work very, very hard to have very good return on investment and to support the students with things like scholarships. So you've got, all of you know about the CAR scholarship program that they have at Angelo State University. Dr. Haney just went over things where they've got industry like Shimadzu. You've got foundations like the Pretty Foundation that support scholarship work at MSU. Texas Tech University gives out over $200 million in scholarship every year. So these are things where it's really important to remember, and James is going to show you slides here in just a minute, where for the general academics, the funding that you get comes from, I'll say primarily 3 areas. Either the student, the state of Texas, or all these other things piled in another bucket from foundations and things like that. So on the health-related side, you'll see in just a little bit, the percentage of the budget that goes from student tuition and fees is much smaller. They have the practice plans to make up the difference, but it's an incredibly important part of the ongoing operational budget for the general academics, and you'll see that in just a minute with what James is going to present.
Thank you. And those slides are actually in the financial statements reports. So for these agenda items, there are no slides, just to be clear. The first item is for the general academic institutions, which, as the Chancellor mentioned, is non-academic fee increases, establishment of a graduate tuition rate. Specifically for ASU, they have 4 non-academic fees they're wanting to increase, which represents roughly a 1.5% increase. And for Texas Tech, there are 4 proposed adjustments. Some of it is updating fee language, setting a fee amount for a new online degree program, and applying differential tuition rate for a graduate program. And there are no changes for MSU. And the component CFOs are here if there are any questions about specifics.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Hearing none, I move to approve this item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item 3.
Item 3 is representing tuition and mandatory fee rate increases for the health-related institutions. Just going to summarize very high level again, since the details were distributed. They represent generally a 4.5% increase per year. It's a 3-year tuition rate setting, and that aligns with the Higher Education Price Index, or HEPI, rates. And it is worth noting that we have not done across the board looks at the tuition and fee increases for the health-related institutions since 2019. So there is,
James, can I jump in on this as well?
yes, sir.
One of the things that everybody needs to remember about the health-relateds in the state of Texas, the state does an outstanding job at supporting the health-related universities as far as the funding that comes in. If you look every single year at U.S. News and World Report rankings for cost of education, I'll use the School of Medicine as the example of the institutions. Our institutions are always ranked as the top 10 least expensive schools of medicine in the United States, as are UT schools, A&M, and the like. So the state does a great job with that. The tuition and fees make up 8%, something like that, but it's a single-digit percentage of the overall budgets of the institutions. And our institutions have done phenomenally well in the missions that they focus on. The Health Sciences Center in El Paso, all of you know, they have a laser-like focus on the Borderplex area with healthcare related to the folks in that region. They do phenomenal work in all of the programs they have there. The Health Sciences Center, headquartered in Lubbock, is focused on primary care, and the AAMC has ranked them in the top 10% for educational purposes of all medical schools in the country. U.S. News and World Report ranks them in the top 10% of schools in the country for primary care. So the things they focus on are things that are critical for this region, both these universities, and the cost that they charge is exceptionally low relative to medical schools across the country. So.
Any questions? Hearing none, I move to approve this item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please continue with item 4.
All right, before I jump into item 4, if I can take just a moment, I would like to acknowledge and introduce the board to my nephew, who is an MSU student and in the room, Mason Payne. If you would stand up. He is, he's a junior here at MSU, a finance major, which I very much appreciate. And he's been an RA. He's served on the, I think it's the barbecue competition team, something like that. And they've done well. I grilled him last night in the hotel lobby 3 separate times about his future, and not once could I get him to say he wanted to be like his Uncle James. So I'm kind of done with him, but I thought I should at least introduce him. So
James, some of us were around you, and we took that as a positive.
yeah, that was it. Understood, Chairman. Okay. So we'd like to just do the annual financial report presentation. Actually, this was my first presentation to you as the system CFO a year ago today, or a year ago in Midland, Odessa. And so we always start with just an acknowledgement of the timeline, what all goes into getting us to this presentation. Our fiscal year ends on August 31st. And I would like to take a moment just to acknowledge all the work that goes into this. The component financial teams have to put together their individual financial packages and their financial statements. They submit that to my team at the system offices, and then they consolidate it into one consolidated combined financial report. And then as of yesterday, the state comptroller issued a statewide ACFR, which the system is one part of that. So I want to thank them for all the work that got us to this point. So just to remind everyone, we do a governmental accounting at the system for the corporate financial statements. This would be your balance sheet. In governmental accounting, it's called statement of net position. But it works just the same. You have your assets, your liabilities, and the delta between the two would be your owner's equity, or in governmental accounting, it's called statement of net position. The one common theme that we'll hear through this presentation is that the system is very financially stable, strong, growing, and as evidenced by our credit rating of AA+ by the major rating agencies. You can see here Total net position increased year over year by 7%. It was a very healthy year. There's also a footnote acknowledging that in '22, some of the increase was due to consolidating MSU into the system's financial statements. Similar to your income statement, you're going to see a statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. Again, there's really no big stories here, I think. The salaries, wages, and benefits, if you see that on the far right column, FY23, it's a considerable jump, and I think that's representative of what we've all been seeing in the labor market with competitive and the great retirement, and people have been having to pay more and more for good quality labor. And again, pointing to the net position, because it is effectively the bottom line, over the last 3 years, we've been starting to do some analytics in my team, and this system has one of the highest growth rates amongst the Texas systems over the last 3 years in net position in that bottom line. So again, that just speaks to the solid state of our financial health and the growth that we've been experiencing. Here you can see that visually, 40% increase over the last 10 years in the net position of the system, with a 10-year CAGR of 3.4%, which I think is just very solid over the long run. So this is the way we've been looking at revenues, and you can see that this is system-wide. This does not differentiate between academics and health-related. And it's just to give you an idea of the trends, what's representing the highest percent of total, and what that trend might look like. It is important to point out, as I did last year, a dollar amount of a category may increase, but its percent of total would decrease. And so if you just look at this chart, you might think, oh, well, legislative appropriations dropped from 21 to 22. No, the dollar amount was either steady or grew, but as a percent of our total revenues, it dropped. But I think this is helpful to just, again, look at trends. And then one thing we introduced last year was to break it out amongst the health-relateds versus the academics. I think this can help you as a board member to get a better understanding of what each of the types of components that we have are dealing with. You can see there that the dark blue at the bottom, tuition and fees, it's a third of revenue for the general academics, while for the health-relateds, it's only 7%. But as we just looked at in their tuition and fee increase request, it's not an insignificant amount to them. It's very important, but it doesn't represent the same thing that it does to the academics. Again, switching from revenues to expenses, just looking for trends in this type of analysis. I think one thing that jumped out at me here is the top green. Professional fees and services, it jumped from, it was pretty steady at 4% of expenses, and then in 2023 it jumped to 9%. And when we dug into that number, a lot of that was the TTU had their centennial events, so those expenses are in that category. So that was a one-time type thing. The growth of ASU's flight program, aviation program, those flight instruction expenses are in that category. So it's good to see exactly what's causing some of those movements. And once again, looking at academic versus health-related institutions, you can see, the big difference here, salaries, wages, and benefits. The health-relateds are much more labor-intensive in just their whole model. But other than that, I don't have anything else to present as far as, or point out from the financial statements, and happy to take questions.
Any questions from anyone? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Malden, for that report. Mr. Malden, please continue with the investment performance report.
All right. Okay, so we always like to start with this reminder, as we know that you're at these board meetings 4 times a year, so you don't live and eat this like we do. Just a reminder, the LTIF is primarily the endowments, the management of the endowment investments, has two sub-portfolios, growth and stable value. That is managed by Tim Barrett's team out of Austin, with advisement from the IRC, overseen by me, and of course, guided by the investment consultant, NEPC. We also have the CSIP, and that is our operating and reserve funds. And then that is broken down into three buckets based on liquidity, our cash that we need to have liquidity for our regular operating needs, and then a fixed income portfolio. It's basically like our emergency reserve, and then we have the non-current segment, which is targeted at 60% of that pool. That is primarily reserve funds targeted for growth. And as we did at the last board meeting and intend to do going forward, I'm going to ask Tim Barrett to come up and speak to the LTIF performance, and then I'll come back for the CSIP.
Good morning, everyone. I'll speak to the LTIF performance. The weight is Global 60/40 plus 100 is the benchmark. You can see in the top part of the chart our target at 60 and 40 for the two subcomponents. If you look to the right of that, you can actually see where we're positioned right now. On November 3rd, we were below target on equities, and we pushed more money into equities. We're up to 64% at the end of November. Just for everybody's edification, that has continued through to today. So we're still overweight equities and underweight stable value by a like amount, approximately 4%. So if you look at the performance of the sub-portfolios, you can see on the left-hand side is the growth portfolio. Over virtually all periods, 3, 5, 7, and 10, we're outperforming. This last year has been very rough, and I'll walk to you a little bit about where the difficulty's been in the growth portfolio. It's not in public equities, just a hint. Public equities have done quite well, and we're overweight public equities, but private equity and real assets have struggled. On the stable value side, if you look at the global bar cap, that's the light blue colored lines, you can see that it's been pretty much an abysmal place to park your money, right? It doesn't matter which period you look at, it's not very attractive. If you look back over 10 years, you could put your money 10 years ago into the bar cap and lost money. That's all due to rates, right? As rates rise, bond prices go down. So that's hurt the bar cap. Our portfolio is more heavily weighted towards credit, and where we do have rates, we're much shorter duration, so we've outperformed that pretty substantially. So this looks at the total performance. If you look at the 3-year numbers, we typically focus on 3 and 5-year numbers internally when we think about investing. Over the 5 years, we're substantially outperforming the benchmark 7 versus 4.75. The 3 years, 8.3 versus 1.7. The 1 year again, you can see where that struggled at 4.7 versus 9. If you go down to the stable value portfolio, it's outperformed by about 350 basis points, but the growth portfolio is underperformed. So let's look at just really quickly why we're underperforming the growth portfolio. And you can see kind of in that, I don't know, 4th line down where it says LTIF growth. You can see public equity. If you follow that public equity line across for the 1 year number, you can see that it's 13.46. So we've outperformed the market, which is right around 12% for the MSCI ACWI. So we're over 150 basis points ahead of the game. However, when you go down that list, if you go down that list, you can see where it says private equity and then private real assets. Private equity for that 1 year period is down about 8%, and private real assets and real estate was the bigger problem in this space for the past year, is also down about 1.5%. So when you combine all of that puts us behind our growth target. Stable value, hedge funds have been rather anemic over the last year, but our credit portfolio, where it says debt, has done quite well. So the pooled public debt, and you can think of that as being both LTIF and ITIF money is actually invested in that pooled fund, was up about 7.8% over the last year. Public debt, which is just LTIF money, is up over 10%, just shy of 11. The pooled private debt, again, that's pooled capital with ITIF, is up around 6, and then the private debt up 8. And oddly enough, cash is up over 4%, which nobody thought would happen a year ago. So that's pretty good that you actually make money in cash now. So long-term, the portfolio has held up pretty well. You can see that is what we try to achieve over a rolling 10-year basis is to keep up with that gray line. And that gray line is CPI plus 5. So think of that as growing the endowment on the CPI part and then the payout of the 5% to fund scholarships. You can see that different times we dip below that. This time, the reason we're dipped below that is because inflation's been running so hot over the last year and the portfolio has not been able to keep up with inflation. We think if you fast forward the next 3 years as rates come down and inflation gets under control, you'll see that portfolio start to go back above that line, just like it has historically over different periods. This chart is one of my favorites in the book, and this one to me talks about the symbiotic relationship between Patrick and his team in institutional advancement and the foundation boards and what we do on the investment team, because it kind of encapsulates the whole thing. So if you really look at this chart, you can see the red lines. That's what we do in my office, right? The investment returns, they go up and down when the market goes up and down. You can see where it's below that baseline number, those are negative returns. When it's above, those are positive net returns. Over time, we're mostly positive, but you can see a lot of variability in that, just like the stock market, right? Then you look at the light gray lines, that's what institutional advancement does. They're constantly adding money to the fund, and if you look at that, there really is no negative lines. They're always adding money to the fund, which helps the fund grow. And the spending is the black line. That's what we pay out. That's the dividend, if you think. So if you think of the endowment like a stock, a dividend stock, the value of the stock's going to go up and down. That's the red. The payout is the spending. That's the black line. And we're always paying out. So what do we think about that when we look at the right-hand side? You can see that institutional advancement raised $1.32 billion over this period since inception. Investment returns have generated about $1.2 billion, and we paid out over $880 million. So the value of the endowment's running over $2 billion from that conceptually, and 1.3 added through additions. So that's what makes this whole system work. That's what helps students, and that's what allows us to pay out money. This is the comprehensive cash pool, so I can answer any questions here. If not, James will jump into the cash pool managed by Treasury.
Tim, just from a comparison standpoint, it may not be applicable because of different investment philosophies, but how would you compare our performance to, say, UTIMCO on a 1, 3, and 5-year basis?
UTIMCO, I only know this because I just looked at this recently.
Don't be afraid, just make something up.
All right, I won't make it up. I don't know the exact numbers, but we're beating UTIMCO over 1 and 3 years.
Okay.
If you go longer term, UTIMCO's beating us. So the last 3 years, we pulled a pretty good return versus UTIMCO, but longer they're winning.
Tim, I ask you every time, what's your magic ball telling you? What's the people that you're talking to? 50 basis points, 100 basis points, and June, July, that the interest comes down and inflation starts to ease a little bit, but what are you hearing?
From a rate standpoint? Yeah, that has moved all over the place. So if you go into fourth quarter, everybody was counting on rate cuts in March and then in June, and everybody's pretty positive on it. Like the percentage that thought rate cuts in March was quite high. That's obviously gone to almost zero now. In fact, people are starting to question whether we're going to get them in June. If you look at what PCE and what inflation's come out over the last few days, it's accelerating. So you're seeing bonds sell off right now. I think you're looking at fall, and I think you're looking at less rate cuts than the market thinks for the year, which should be a headwind to equities, especially growth equities, over the next probably 5 months. So I think you'll have a little more volatility in the short term, and then we'll be back on track. The only reason why I would say we're not going to have a big sell-off, in my view, is because the economy is so strong right now. If we can keep GDP going and keep the economy going, I think that the market can handle the extended period for rates for a little bit longer.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Okay, back to the CSIP. As you can see here, and again, we highlight the 3-year number, we are outperforming the benchmark, although the numbers are not good. I do think looking at the 1 year for the CSIP is a little bit more appropriate, but you can see that our performance is much stronger in the nearer terms. There have been a lot of changes in how and who has been managing the biggest portion of the CSIP, the non-current segment, and I think that's created some drag on the performance of it. You can see in the bottom left here, we're currently just a little bit overweight target in the non-current segment, and that's intentional. As we discussed a year ago when I was in front of you for the first time, there was a strong perception that we had way too much cash, that we weren't investing enough of that. I think staff completely agrees with you. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but we've been discussing it. As I shared with you, we worked with NEPC to do a cash flow analysis of each component within the system and across that. We have those results. I think we will probably be back to you. I'm hoping for August with a revised investment policy, which would probably target putting a little bit more of the money, at least, let's say it this way, let's put a little bit less money in the cash and maybe a little bit less in the fixed income, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. But we are working on that, and I think you will be pleased with the results of that analysis. So digging into the non-current segment, which again is just over 60% of the CSIP, you can see at the very top, as a whole, the non-current segment is outperforming its composite benchmark, but the public equity is abysmal compared to the benchmark across the line. And we've discussed that internally. We believe that some of that most recent information is a timing thing, and it will normalize as time goes on. But thankfully, the other buckets more than make up for it. We are well outperforming that benchmark in every category. As far as the cash segment, if you remember, I added these two slides a couple, maybe 3 meetings ago, just to focus on that last slide. It shows a total return perspective, which really isn't appropriate for cash and for buy and hold fixed income. So we added these slides to give you a little bit better picture of what we're doing in those segments. You can see our bank balances here, and we've made a concerted effort to get less money in the bank and more money into even the short-term money market funds type of investments. We've done a good job of that so far. Those rates, as you can see, they're still high, and as Tim just mentioned, they may not be dropping as quickly as we thought or as soon as we thought. And then lastly, the fixed income segment, or contingency segment as we call it. The area I always point to on this slide is that yield to maturity column in the top table. That is what we're actually earning off of those bonds that we buy and hold, and so we are getting much more than what that previous slide that focused on total return is showing. We're continuing to ladder those bonds to make sure that we are not trying to time the market, but we're getting a good diversified. We're locking in rates that are high before they do drop. And we've got a good diversification, as you can see on the bottom left, between federal agencies, treasuries, and municipal bonds.
James, any thought to moving out that duration to protect or to protect a longer-term rate at an acceptable return?
The short answer is yes. We're not we're not ignoring any of those type of questions as we're looking at this, doing the cash flow analysis, taking a look at how should this be invested. Regent Culp asked at the last meeting about the non-current segment because it is getting to such a size. How are we investing that? Could we put it in the LTIF? We're looking at all of these things. One thing I was waiting for was the completion of the investment consultant RFP. I wanted to see, am I going to need to bring someone new up to speed and start having these conversations with them? Or were we sticking with Tim? As you've probably seen back here, Tim Bruce is still with us, we're happy to say. And so we had dinner last night and talked about how we're going to proceed in focusing on evaluating all those options involving the component CFOs that comprise the pool advisory committee. And again, we expect to come back with a good answer for you.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Malden, for that report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Cody. Next up is the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Sweat serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. Before I get started today, I want to make a note that Christine is going to be passing out some deltas to what is printed in our diligent agendas for this particular session. There's just a couple of editorial updates that we made to more accurately reflect the credentials of some of our faculty members. Everything you have online is completely accurate, and it doesn't change the nature of the recommendations you're going to see here today. So to get started, I move to approve the minutes of the meetings held on November 16th, 2023. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And before we get going, Dr. Topliff is going to present our first one. I will ask you to buckle in. There are 24 agenda items. You are going to get tired of hearing my voice. If we need to do a seventh inning stretch or get a cup of coffee, we'll go ahead and do that. But there's a lot of great topics being presented today, so don't let the number of them or the sound of my voice dilute from what is going to be presented today. So
There's some students that may actually get their degrees before this committee.
Dr. Topliff, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Chair Davis. The first item, the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the changes in academic rank for the faculty that listed below, effective September 1, 2024. Those members of the faculty whose names appear have been judged by the appropriate department and college committees and administrative personnel as worthy of the promotions for which they have been recommended. The procedure used in recommending members of the faculty for promotion has been carefully followed.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Topliff. Any questions or comments? If none, I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Right. Dr. Topliff, proceed with number 2, item number 2.
Item 2, the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure effective September 1, 2024 for the faculty as listed below. Members of the faculty of Angelo State University are granted tenure under the provisions of the tenure policy which has been approved by this board. The appropriate reviewing committees and administrative personnel have judged these members of the faculty whose names appear above as worthy of academic tenure. The procedure established by the tenure policy for the awarding of tenure to qualified members of the faculty has been carefully followed. Approval of these individuals brings the number of full-time tenured faculty at Angelo State University to 165. There are a total of 226 faculty either tenured or tenured track, and after these appointments, the percentage of tenured track faculty who have been awarded tenure will be 73%. The number of full-time tenured track faculty at Angelo State University is 94. If we look at the number of tenured as a percent of the total full-time faculty, that percentage is 51.5%. And if we look at the percent tenured as a function of the full-time and part-time faculty, that number is 35.5%.
Thank you, Dr. Topliff. Any comments or questions? All right, move to approve the item. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Now, before we move on, I just want to make a note. Historically, we have breezed through these types of recommendations related to tenure, and you'll see that now we have the names of the individuals. Getting tenure is a tremendous honor, and it's a huge accomplishment, and we want to take a moment today to actually list the individuals' names and congratulate them. So I would like to have a round of applause for these faculty.
Thank you, Regent Davis. I know that the faculty members appreciate that response.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Marsden, you are up with item number 3.
Okay, the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank effective September 1, 2024 for the faculty listed below. The faculty members whose names appear above have been judged by the appropriate departmental, collegiate, and university committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of promotions for which they have been recommended. University policy for recommending the promotion of qualified members of the faculty has been carefully followed.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed with item number 4.
The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure effective September 1, 2024 for the faculty as listed below. The faculty members whose names appear have been judged by the appropriate departmental, collegiate, and university committees and administrative personnel as worthy of promotion and tenure for which they have been recommended. University policy for recommending promotion and tenure of the qualified members of the faculty has been carefully followed. Approval of tenure of these individuals will bring the number of full-time tenured faculty at Midwestern State University in fall 2024 to 142. There is a total of 237 full-time faculty at MSU, which includes 43 tenure track and 52 non-tenure track faculty. With the approval of this item, the percentage of full-time faculty who are tenured will be 60%. The percentage of full-time faculty who are tenured or tenure track will be 78%.
Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. So congratulations now to these MSU faculty members. Thank you, Dr. Marsden. So we'll proceed to item number 5.
The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program, Bachelor of Science in Political Science, offered by the Department of Political Science and the Prothero Yeager College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and authorized submission by the Office of the Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board seeking its certification of such a program, and to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges for acknowledgement of a new degree program. Key points of this program: one is that it is an extension of an existing Bachelor of Arts. It's designed to enhance support and success of students interested in data literacy and political strategy. This will require no additional resources. It will use existing faculty and courses, and it is expected to benefit recruitment, retention, and graduation goals of MSU.
Thank you. And do you want to talk a little bit about the benefits that you see between a Bachelor of Science in Political Science versus a Bachelor of Arts for the student, from the student perspective?
Sure. We see the data literacy piece as being pretty important for those students. So within the Bachelor of Science, they're taking additional math and science courses, so they'll have a little bit more of a foundation to be able to manage and work within political campaigns, within environments in terms of tracking what public opinions are. Other areas that the Bachelor of Arts students are primarily going into things like law or in an advising capacity.
All right. Thank you very much.
Would you say then that this is more consistent with a liberal arts application or overlay?
I think it's an overlap. It sort of sees that arts and sciences dimension, that you have the direction that a student could go within the arts, having a greater foundation within that liberal arts courses versus having a little bit more foundation in the math and science courses.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, Dr. Marsden, on to number 6.
The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program, Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, offered by the McCoy School of Engineering and the McCoy College of Science, Mathematics, and Engineering, and authorize submission to the Coordinating Board and to SAC-COC. Some key points about this proposal is that it builds on our existing ABET accredited mechanical engineering program, which has been very successful. It's designed to serve our students interested in that electrical engineering field and have those work together in mechanical and electrical. And it supports a regional demand for a workforce in electrical engineering as well as the energy industry. This uses special item funding that was received in the last legislative session for the addition of spaces, equipment, and faculty lines that we will need to teach it. But it still uses a foundational core of courses that are offered in mechanical. And it's expected to benefit MSU's enrollment growth goals.
All right, thank you very much. And I just have to note on that, when I was reading the background information, you guys wrote, graduates of the program will be well-grounded in science, math, and I thought that was kind of a nerdy science humor that maybe I'm the only one that got it.
Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, double E, well-grounded. Anyway, any comments or questions? All right, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. On to item number 7.
The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program, Master of Science in Industrial Technology, offered by the McCoy School of Engineering and the McCoy College of Science, Math, and Engineering, and authorize submission to the Coordinating Board and to SAC-COC. Some key points about this proposal. First, it is an extension of an existing industrial technology program, both in our engineering and in our Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences area. It's designed to enhance support of our local manufacturing industries and to be a key academic program for Shepherd Air Force Base personnel. It will be offered both in online and hybrid format. It will require existing faculty load. There may be some adjunct support of that program. And it's expected to benefit MSU's enrollment growth goals, especially from our Shepherd partners and our regional workforce.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Marsden.
Thank you.
All right, on to item number 8 with Dr. Hendrick.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. The President recommends and the Chancellor agrees that you approve the recommended changes in academic rank for faculty members listed in your book. On approval, their promotions become effective September 1st. These faculty members have been judged by the respective department faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of promotion.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I just do want to point out that there is at least one smart cash.
Dr. Carla Cash?
And I'm glad she's bringing up the scale of the cash.
Regent Cash, we are doing our part too.
Thank you.
So, yes.
Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Please continue with item number 9.
The President recommended, Chancellor approves that you approve the recommended changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure for those faculty members listed in your books, and that will appear on the screen. Upon your approval today, their promotions become effective September 1st, with tenure granted effective March 1st. They have been judged by respective department faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of promotion and tenure.
Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Now, congratulations to these TTU faculty. All right, Dr. Hendrick, please continue to item number 10.
Yes, the President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve granting of tenure for the following. Victor Shang, an Associate Professor with tenure in Department of Computer Science, Whitaker College of Engineering. Kevin Patrick Whalen, Associate Professor in the J.T. Margaret Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts in the School of Music. These faculty members have been judged by their respective department faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of tenure.
Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Once again, congratulations to these two faculty members. Dr. Hendrick, please continue with item number 11.
President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve the granting of tenure for following faculty members concurrent with their respective appointments. Wei Win joined the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering and is associate professor in September. Came to us from New Jersey Institute of Technology, where he was tenured in 2020. Shane Walker joined the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Construction Engineering as a professor in September from the University of Texas at El Paso, where he received tenure in 2016. And Dr. Rod Williams joined the Office of the Provost in the Davis College as Vice Provost for Outreach and Engagement and as a Professor of Wildlife last month. He joins us from Purdue University, where he was the Assistant Provost for Engagement and was tenured in 2013. These faculty members have also been judged by their respective faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of tenure. Upon approval of these individuals, along with those others presented to you today, it would bring the number of full-time tenured faculty to 801. There are 1,132 full-time tenured and tenure-track faculty. After these appointments, the percentage of tenure-track faculty who have been awarded tenure will be 70.4%, and tenured faculty represent 42.4% of all faculty. Together, tenure-track faculty represents 60.2% of our faculty and 70% of all full-time faculty.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations to these esteemed faculty members. All right, let's proceed with item number 13, Dr. Hendrick. Or 12. We're on 12 now. We're halfway there.
Me too. We are seeking approval for 2 Horn Distinguished Professorship designations today. Fred Davis is professor and Bobby Stevenson Chair for Information Technology in the Rawls College of Business, a graduate of Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He has researched and examines information systems with a focus on multiple overlapping domains. He's developed a very substantial and impressive research record with 50 refereed journals, 11 books, 4 chapters, 26 refereed proceeding papers at national and international conferences, and 75 invited workshops, seminars, symposia, and panel presentations. Dr. Costa Cabraditon is a professor of humanities in the Honors College, earned his bachelor's and master's degrees from University of Bucharest and doctorate from Durham University in England. He's a public intellectual with an international reputation and a gift for exploring deep philosophical and humanist questions about nature and the value of human life. He's published 5 books, been translated into 27 languages. Serves as an editor of the Los Angeles Review of Books and has helped that publication develop into a major resource. These nominations are supported by the sitting Texas Tech University Horn Professor Committee and approved by the President and the Chancellor.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 13.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve the conferral of an honorary degree of Doctorate of Humane Letters. Advance notice of the proposed degree was provided along with information on the recipient as required by Section 12.0406 of the Regents' Rules, and a complete listing of all honorary degrees conferred by the university is provided in your agenda book.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Chancellor Mitchell, would you just take a moment and talk about the Burkhart family and the way they've meaningfully impacted the university?
Well, it's hard to take a minute to do that. Burkhart family's been involved in multiple areas, both on the Texas Tech side as well as on the Health Sciences Center side, going back for the last several decades. They have been a remarkable presence, not just in Lubbock, but in West Texas in general. Mr. Burkhart himself was one of the Junction Boys with Texas A&M. He's a very proud A&M graduate, but he and his wife have been remarkably supportive of multiple things that we've done. They're always somebody that it's a go-to family for for just about anything we've ever needed, going back for decades. There's not enough you can say about them.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Dr. Hendrick, please continue with item number 14.
President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a new Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences in Event Management. This degree will be offered in a hybrid format, mostly online content and some in-person classes supported by the Lubbock campus. It's housed in the Department of Restaurant, Hotel, and Institution Management in the College of Human Sciences. This Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences degree affords students who have an associate's degree in many areas of hospitality to attain their baccalaureate without a significant loss of credits that sometimes occur when transferring to a four-year institution. All of these students will have been required to complete an Associate of Applied Arts and Sciences degree in an area of hospitality for admittance into the program. Enrollment is expected to grow to about 31 in 5 years, very minimal delivery cost, and if reached targets, expected to generate about $600,000 reflected in formula and tuition and fees raised. Your approval would authorize my office to seek certification by the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Can I just ask, I think in our generation, we either got a Bachelor of Arts, a BA, or a Bachelor of Science, BS, and this is a new type of a degree. Can you just talk about the benefits of a BAAS out in industry?
I think it reflects that degrees like this have a very applied nature to them. But students who graduate from a two-year program in an area of applied arts or sciences often have a very different early two-year curriculum than the students in a four-year degree. And not all those credits always transfer over. So the applied degrees are allowed to facilitate more of their credits transferring into this degree so that they don't lose a lot of ground moving into the four-year.
Thank you for that.
Lawrence and I were in Orlando this weekend at Central Florida, and one of the young ladies that was showing us around has a degree in this. As I was talking with her, come to find out, the University of Central Florida has a big event management type group, well into the thousands. Granted, with Disney being very close, you could understand why that would be there, but very impressed with her, very impressed with the group that's showing around, but a large contingent. And so got to visit a little bit about in reading the book, and reading the board book on the way down, was kind of telling her that we were going to go down that path. So I thought definitely the skills that she exhibited while she was showing us around, you could tell that there was an emphasis on it. So just, I'm assuming you already knew that Central Florida had a big group like that, but
Yes,
maybe
sir.
a resource for you, so.
We get Disney World here, we could do the same. President recommends and Chancellor sorry, you haven't finished your vote.
Yeah, no worries. All right, any other comments or questions? All right, I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please continue with item number 15.
Thank you. President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a new Bachelor of Science degree with a major in event management. This will be offered face-to-face at the Lubbock campus with some blended and hybrid course delivery options, housed in the Department of Restaurant, Hotel, Institution Management in the College of Human Sciences. Is very much parallel to the other degree, but for students who will be entering as first-year students into the program rather than transfers. Projecting to see up to 81 students, again, minimal startup and delivery, additional startup and delivery cost, and revenue over 5 years, if enrollment targets are reached, would be about $1.3 million. Your approval will allow my office to seek certification for this program by their Higher Ed Coordinating Board and by SAC COC for acknowledgement.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed with item number 16.
Thank you. President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a new Master of Science degree in Human Resource Management. This degree is 100% online and housed in the area of management within the Rawls College of Business. Projected five-year costs, including administration and salaries, are expected to be about $1.3 million, with those initially coming from funds within Texas Tech Online. Funding at the end of 5 years is projected to be approximately $2.2 million. Your approval will allow me to seek certification of this program by the Higher Ed Coordinating Board and acknowledgement by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you very much, Dr. Hendrick. Now we'll have Dr. D'Agostino with item number 17.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Item 17 is the approval of changes in academic rank. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank effective September 1, 2024 for the 43 listed faculty in your agenda book. All faculty have been judged by the appropriate school and committees and administrative personnel.
Any comments or questions? Making sure we still had 6. I know, we need to have that 7th inning stretch. All right, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. D'Agostino, please continue with item number 18.
Item number 18 is a request to approve changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank effective September 1, 2024, and the granting of tenure effective February 29, 2024, and changes in academic rank effective September 1, 2024, and granting of tenure effective September 1, 2024. To the 8 faculty listed in your book. All faculty have been evaluated by the appropriate school committees and administrative personnel.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations to these faculty members. All right, please move on to item number 19.
Item number 19 is a request to approve the granting of tenure. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure effective February 29, 2024 to the 5 faculty listed in your board book and on the screen. All faculty have been judged by the appropriate school and committees and administrative personnel.
Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Once again, congratulations to these tenured faculty. All right, Dr. D'Agostino, please continue to item number 20.
Item number 20 is a request to approve appointment with tenure for the newest member of our TTU-HSC team. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure concurrently with her respective appointment to Dr. Holly Way. She joined us on January 22nd, 2024 as a professor in the School of Nursing at TTU-HSC. Dr. Way received her Bachelor of Science in Nursing at North Carolina Central University in Durham and her PhD in Nursing from the University of North Carolina School of Nursing at Chapel Hill. Dr. Way's past professional experience includes, but is definitely not limited to, serving as a professor and assistant dean for the PhD program at the University of Louisville School of Nursing in Kentucky, as both an assistant and associate professor in East Carolina University College of Nursing in Greenville, and as a registered nurse and nurse researcher at the University of North Carolina Health, Chapel Hill. Dr. Way is a fellow of the American Academy of Nursing and serves on the advisory and editorial boards of a number of journals, including Advances in Nursing Science, International Journal for Human Caring, and International Journal for Nursing Sciences. She also serves on numerous national and international committees. Dr. Way's research focuses on organizational caring culture, leadership development, health and health promotion across the lifespan, and epigenetic biomarkers. With more than 70 professional publications, Dr. Wee's multiple nursing practice models include Convergent Care Theory, a guide to nursing research and practice. Her textbook, Visionary Leader in Healthcare, was awarded the 2022 American Journal of Nursing Book of the Year and received first place in nursing management and leadership. Dr. Way received tenure at East Tennessee State University College of Nursing in Tennessee, and after evaluation by the Professional Development Committee in the School of Nursing at TTU-HSC, she meets the requirements for tenure in the School of Nursing.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations to Dr. White.
Dr. Way. Regent
Please
Carrick
proceed to
Davis.
item 21.
I was going to say, with these approvals of items 17 through 20 today, TTU-HSC will have 160 tenured faculty. There are 260 faculty that are either on the tenure track or tenured, and this will, and the conversion rate of our tenure track faculty to tenure is 74%. The number of faculty on the non-tenure track is 548.
Thank you.
All right. Item 21 is a request to approve emeritus appointment. We'll end my presentation on an exciting note. The President recommends, and the Chancellor concurs, that the Board of Regents approve to confer the title of Dean Emeritus on Michael L. Evans, Ph.D., R.N., for his distinguished service to the School of Nursing and the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. In accordance with TTU-HSC Operating Policy 10.12 and Section 4.01.2 of the Regents Rules, the TTU-HSC School of Nursing Professional Development Council recommended the Dean Emeritus appointment for Michael Evans. Dr. Evans started at TTU-HSC in 2012. He served as the Dean for the School of Nursing and is a Grover E. Murray Professor, our highest award. Dr. Evans has been honored as a distinguished alumnus by the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston School of Nursing and the University of Texas at Austin School of Nursing. In 2014, he received the Luther Christman Award bestowed by the American Nurses Association. He was awarded the Leaders and Legends Award in 2020 by the Texas Nurses Association, and in 2022, the Panhandle Great 25 Association presented him with the Legacy Award. Dr. Evans has served as president of the Texas Nurses Association and later on the American Nurses Association Board of Directors, which included offices as secretary and treasurer. While at the ANA, he also served on the inaugural board for the American Nurses Credentialing Center, which eventually his leadership led to the launching of the Magnet Hospital designation in 1992. There are now more than 500 Magnet hospitals worldwide, improving workplace environment, patient care, and patient outcomes. In 2018, he was awarded the ANCC Margaretta Madden Stiles President's Award, recognizing his outstanding service for the ANCC as president, board member, and the ANCC World Board of Directors. Dr. Evans stepped down from his administrative duties on November 5, 2023.
All right, thank you very much.
So I remember, where is Evans here?
No, he's unable to make it today.
So I remember his tenure at Texas Tech started way before then. He was a saddle tramp way back in the day. But I remember when we sat down in 2012 before he became dean, the School of Nursing at that point in time was in serious need of really strong leadership. And Michael came in, stepped in. They made some substantial changes in the way they did their business. And if you look, and Dr. Roy Spearman can comment on this, at where they have moved in the rankings and things over the course of his tenure, it's nothing short of remarkable. You want to talk about that, Lori?
In 2022, Dean Evans led the School of Nursing to be ranked #1 in Texas, #1 in the Southwest region, and one of the top 3 nursing schools in the nation. Our graduates are highly sought out after across the nation, and our employer survey results are significant. Our graduates are very proud to be graduates of our School of Nursing. My daughter is a graduate of this school as well. So we are deeply grateful for the leadership of Dr. Michael Evans and what his contributions have been to not just the School of Nursing, but as a leader in our institution.
Thank you. I hope he's enjoying his retirement. He's what, 2 months in, 3 months in?
We already put him back to work, leadership.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Any, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Lang, you're up next with item number 22.
Yes, Vice Chairman. The Chancellor concurs with my recommendation to you all to approve the change in rank of the 10 individuals listed below. The appropriate departmental and university committees and administrative personnel have judged these individuals worthy of the promotion to which they're recommended.
Are there any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Please proceed to item number 23.
And before I do, I want to thank you again for acknowledging the tenured professors. It is a big deal. It's not only a huge honor, it's a huge responsibility. So for all of you to do that, people are watching around our system, so thank you very much for doing that. So with that, again, the Chancellor concurs with my recommendation for you all to approve tenure for Tway Tay and Alberto Maud. Again, the appropriate committees, departmental and university committees, administrative personnel have judged them worthy of tenure. We have 37 individuals on the tenure track, 26 of which, with these two, will receive tenure, or 75% of the university tenure track faculty. So thank you.
Right, any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Congratulations to these folks. All right, you've survived 23 agenda items, and we are on to agenda item number 24. So now I would like to call upon the research colleagues from each of our institutions. And just as a reminder, our personnel across all of our institutions had received a challenge from the Board of Regents several years ago to look into opportunities to collaborate between our individual universities so we could really operate as a system. And these are 3 initiatives that were kicked off about 2.5 years ago, and we've received a couple of status updates once a year. And so this is our opportunity to do that. Know that they're not just collaborating once a year. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes throughout the year that they keep us abreast of at the ACS committee level. But this is our once a year opportunity to share with you all of the great work that each of these individuals has done. So thank you very much for being here, and we're anxious to hear your report.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. David Bixler here from Angelo State University, along with Brittany Norman from Midwestern State University. And we'll start with our research collaboration initiative between our 2 institutions. Last August, I don't know if you recall, but we were talking about planning a meeting here in Wichita Falls where we would have one of the National Science Foundation program directors, the program director of the Civil Mechanical Manufacturing Innovation Division, Dr. Lucy Zhang. We did have that meeting. We brought several of our engineering faculty up from San Angelo, had the meeting here. It was an excellent meeting. She gave a wonderful presentation on funding opportunities, as well as funding opportunities appropriate for early career versus later career. Afterwards, it was probably one of the more valuable meetings where she sat down with small groups of faculty from both Midwestern and Angelo State based on their specific area of interest and pointed them in directions, not just for funding, but also for other collaborations and everything else that might go along with that. So it was very valuable. We ended the day with a lunch with her, the faculty, as well as Provost Marsden and President Haney, and then toured the facilities here. I think it was a great opportunity for our engineering faculty to get together and learn a lot about each other and start some discussions that have continued.
Following up on that, as part of MSU's Sponsored Programs Administration Development Grant from the National Institutes of Health, we've had funding for the last few years to begin offering some faculty research webinars. And over the last year, last few months, we've started inviting Angelo State faculty to participate in those as well. So in November, we invited faculty from Angelo to attend a webinar on effective partnerships and collaborations facilitated by Drs. Warren Bergeron and Rick Nader from Global Proposal Solutions. And then earlier this month, ASU faculty were invited to participate in another Global Proposal Solutions webinar on grant writing. So as we'll discuss later on, MSU and ASU have gotten some positive feedback from these opportunities for faculty to engage in professional development, and we plan to continue offering these shared professional development opportunities as part of our ongoing collaboration efforts. Also, at the last meeting, David announced that we were planning on utilizing our existing funding opportunity database subscriptions for Grant Forward to develop research interest libraries for our faculty. And so we have made some progress on that. MSU used our the Grant Forward automatic sign-up service that they offer as part of the subscription to get a bunch of our faculty registered at once and have profiles created. And Angelo has made some progress in getting their faculty entered into the system. So our plan going forward is to compare those research interests between our faculty at our institutions and see if we can find some more areas for collaboration, either in research or just as developing a scholarly community between the two institutions.
And thanks for adding that other title. They were describing this Grant Forward concept to me, and I'm like, is this Match.com for researchers? And they're like, sort of, yeah.
I think it can be, maybe. So one of the other original goals for the MSU-ASU collaboration was to submit a collaborative external grant proposal with PIs from each of our institutions sometime in 2024. And we are underway on that. MSU and ASU are submitting a collaborative proposal to the National Science Foundation's Growing Research Access for Nationally Transformative Equity and Diversity, or GRANTED program. The PI from Angelo is Katie Plum, the director of their Office of Sponsored Projects, and I will be PI from Midwestern State. We've been developing this proposal for several months now and have been working closely with the NSF program staff throughout the process to ensure a good fit with their goals. We're requesting 3 years of funding for the following objectives. Objective 1 is to develop, implement, and evaluate a grow-your-own approach to post-award staffing challenges, especially those particular to smaller and less research-intensive institutions. And Objective 2 is to enhance our post-award practices and processes by creating and sustaining a community of practice between our institutions.
And for this one, I just wanted to comment that when we first kicked off this initiative and we said we want everybody to collaborate, all of the universities, people are like, whoa, 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 we're different at the Health Science Center, and TTU is really big, and you don't expect us to do all that at MSU and ASU, and the answer was no, and this is a perfect example of what is appropriate for our ASU and MSU family members to get your feet wet and just really understand what it's like to get into this type of an environment. If those of you who've never written proposals, just think, most of us have done RFIs, RFPs in our businesses. It's that times 10, trying to get research grants. And so I think this is an excellent first start that could yield huge benefits from years from now. So thanks for looking into this.
Thank you.
So there are also collaborations happening between ASU, MSU, and the other two institutions, the Health Science Center as well as TTU. One of these that has been in development for a while was the IRB assistance that the Health Science Center is providing to ASU. This is primarily regarding research done at our local hospital system, for which we needed a little bit higher level of review. And that agreement is in place. It's finished. It started January 1st of this year. So that is something we thank the Health Science Center for helping us out with that. There is another opportunity that has come up recently. We had a number of faculty visit from TTU, come down to San Angelo and visit. And those discussions have led to not only the possibilities of some additional grants, but also one that has already been submitted and funded, a Department of Defense grant, for which Angelo State is a sub-awardee.
And MSU was lucky enough to host a similar TTU team that visited MSU Texas earlier this month and met with our faculty from engineering, computer science, geosciences, chemistry, agribusiness, and maybe some others. I may have missed some on the list. But they identified some potential areas for collaboration, and I think those discussions are going to be ongoing. Texas Tech University's, I believe it's the counseling department, also has a concept paper under review by the U.S. Agency for International Development Active Communities Effective States Program, and an MSU faculty member participated in developing the concept paper and will participate as a sub-awardee if a full proposal is solicited and funded by USAID. And finally, an MSU faculty member has been identified to participate in the One Health Institute research meetings, and he was able to attend virtually the neurological research meeting that was held, I think, last week. So we've got some collaboration activity going with Texas Tech as well.
So one of the things that we've learned, especially also now that we get more of our faculty enrolled in the Grant Forward program, is that we have a lot of diversity in terms of areas of research, and not necessarily always 100% overlap between our individual institutions. But what we have found is that our faculty still like to communicate with one another. They like having that community of practice. And so that's what we're pivoting towards, is having more of these opportunity building webinars. So we've already got a plan for next year for how we're going to have funding opportunity webinars as well as research collaboration webinars, maybe focusing in some cases on more specific areas, while some of the others will be broadly defined, working with students or seeking funding from an entire agency, something along those lines. What we found is the faculty really like communicating with each other. This community of practice is sort of supporting one another. And you might find faculty that are not necessarily in an area of research close enough to write a collaborative grant, but they can still help each other as peer reviewers, even sometimes just writing encouragement, because sometimes you just need a little encouragement to get through that process. So we're finding that community of practice is growing, and that's what we're going to continue to build upon. I was talking to Katie before I came here. I thought 3 years ago, I did not know a single person at Midwestern State. I had never been to this campus. Now I've been here 2 times, and I have not just colleagues here, not just acquaintances, but I have friends as well. So I think that's what we're working towards, and that's what we're succeeding in building. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for ASU or MSU before we get the next status? Okay, thank you guys very much.
Good morning. My name is Debbie, and I'm presenting on behalf of both Lance and myself. And Lance graciously agreed that every time the Board of Regents meets on February 29th, I will be your presenter. So thank you, Lance. All right. So Lance and I are relatively new to our respective institutions. We've been in place for about 2.5 years. And during that time, what we've done is we've learned a lot about our institutions. We've learned a lot about our researchers. And now we're really here today to highlight 4 different areas where we've made significant progress with respect to collaborative research. The first being the brain repository. So let me set the stage. The brain repository, Lubbock has a brain repository. These are human brains that have been collected, and they have a live human brain depository. El Paso also has a human brain depository. We found out that neither one of these human brain depositories actually utilize the same methodology for preserving the tissues. Therefore, what we've done is we've brought in the two center directors together, and they've now established one unified way of which they're going to be harvesting and collecting the tissues. They've also identified that they will have an external neuropathologist who will be then taking images of these brain tissues so that we can enhance overall collaboration with these precious specimens. We've also developed a brain bank exchange program. We've also have donor tissue pipelines. We've also are in the process of establishing the need for a beautiful live donor brain consortium so that we can actually facilitate overall brain collection. We've also found that there's overlap with respect to interest with blood flow, and they've also now collaborated in the One Health initiative on neurology, which you'll hear more about in a moment.
Did you just say live donor?
I did say that, and I was hoping that no one heard that, but yes, I
keep saying
did.
it to myself over and over.
Yes, yes, these are going to be not live brains, they are brains that are donated fresh.
So,
Thank you.
Regent
That,
Davis.
that
my-
movie went
Yeah, no, Bobette and I raised 3 boys in their teenage years. We sent them off to colleges, and they were preparing their surveys, and we said, you're going to be the brightest kids wherever you go. And they said, do you really believe that? I said, yes, you're going to be going there with a brain that's hardly been used. So those are the live donors that we can actually present for use for others.
And Regent Davis, the collaboration between the 2 health sciences centers is now going to give us one of the largest brain repositories in the nation.
nice.
So we're really excited about moving forward on that front, so thank you. With respect to metabolic health, I work with the group from TTU, the Obesity Center Institute, and we are developing a meeting that will be held on May 1st. It will bring together all of the TTU investigators that focus on nutrition and metabolic health, and it'll allow us to showcase our collaborative ideas as well as our research opportunities. We were also part of one of the One Health Innovation Workshops. Again, you'll hear about more of that in a moment, where we identified the joint need for nutritional bioinformatics to really help boost our external funding opportunities. We've also been talking about how to prioritize development of organic collaborations, as well as to emphasize the importance of community engagement. We've been involved in programs put on by NIH looking at how to really make forward food as important in overall metabolic health. And so this is a wonderful collaboration between many of us working on overall food and health and metabolism. The next is this new funding opportunity that we're really, really excited by. The government has given this ARPA-H funding mechanism $2.5 billion to really look forward to funding research that is cutting edge. And this will be biomedical research that is cutting edge. Where the funding for ARPA-H is going up, the funding for NIH has been stagnant. Therefore, what we're trying to do is determine how we can actually be in a perfect position to utilize these monies that are coming down from ARPA-H. ARPA-H has established a hub and spoke mechanism. The spoke has actually been recently was placed in Dallas, where the TTU HSC folks from Lubbock actually invited the spoke, the people from Dallas, to come to Lubbock as well as myself, so that we could begin to talk about how we can actually utilize and leverage ourselves to be able to be in perfect position for these ARPA-H dollars. Again, what ARPA-H is trying to fund is high risk, high reward, different types of biomedical research opportunities. We are now focusing on how we can get cancer access and also to bridge healthcare programs to the rural communities. ARPA-H's goal is to have no individual further than 30 minutes from a clinical trial. They're also really interested in, again, rural communities and rural health, so we're all working together to be able to leverage these dollars. They're also, again, as I mentioned, looking at high risk, high reward. I'm working with the bioengineers in Lubbock to come up with some sort of device. Mine will be a device that will mitigate menopausal symptoms. And so hopefully in the future, we'll have some sort of device that we can actually leverage. Lance and I have also now been breaking down different types of barriers that we identified that were barriers to overall collaboration. We've now had people from Lubbock coming over to El Paso to talk about research institutional compliance. We're aligning our programs so that we have a streamlined and standardized programs and policies. We've also been establishing uniform language with respect to clinical trials. Our goal is that any clinical trial that's being held within the whole TTU family can be put out to all investigators so that all people can have the opportunity to be involved in these clinical trials. To this effect, the Lubbock office has been having weekly seminars on clinical trials for which all of my clinical trialists are also participating. And lastly, probably one of the star jewels that we've been able to do is all medical students are required to do research. Our medical students in El Paso have been going to Lubbock to see if they can find mentors, but there's been barriers to their ability to conduct research. Through the Clinical Research Institute, we've now been able to break one of those barriers. Our medical students will now be able to go to Lubbock, find mentors there, and be able to access the electronic medical records, which will really facilitate overall collaborative research. So we're really excited about this cross-fertilization with these medical students and how they can work across the different campuses to conduct their clinical research. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
There's a pathologist trial.
This is a real story, true story?
The lawyer said to him, "Doctor, before you did the autopsy, did you check his pulse?" "No, I did not." "Did you check his blood pressure?" "No, I did not." "Could the patient have been alive when you started the autopsy?" "No, he couldn't have." "How do you know that?" "Because his brain is sitting in a jar on my desk." He said, "But could he still have been alive when you started the autopsy?" He goes, "Well, I suppose he could still be alive and maybe out practicing law somewhere." Sorry, Eric.
Helpful, thank you. On to the One Health
You're awake.
report. Oh, gosh.
Hey, you too, Pat, sorry.
No offense. And Chairman Griffin, he's also.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Griffin.
Please, I'm still on that desk, you know.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. We're here to report out on some of the collaborations between TTU HSC and Texas Tech University. I'll do a little bit on academic programs and Lance on research. In the area of our academic programs, TTU HSC has notified the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board that the two institutions are collaborating on the creation of a new joint PhD in One Health Sciences. We are also working on a number of articulation agreements so that students can participate dually in existing degrees. One of those is the One Health PhD, Texas Tech's current degree with the Pharmacological Sciences MS, did I pronounce that right? And from HSC. Texas Tech One Health degree, PhD with the Masters of Public Health from TTU HSC. Our DVM degree with a Masters of Public Health from HSC. And then next, collaboration between our Therapeutic Riding Center at the Davis College and TTU HSC School of Health Professionals.
Good morning. First, acknowledging the importance of our faculty, staff, and students in driving the research programs, I want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the research office staff, both within my office, Deb Clegg's office, Joe Heppert's office, and ASU and MSU. We're all working together to build research capacity. It's the dedication of our staff that's truly important. They're really working hard on this and hopefully making us look good. We have some, as we develop collaborations, the beginning of this conversation centered around increasing external funding to the universities. I like to point out that money is not the end-all be-all, but it's certainly necessary for us to get the research jump-started that we're looking to grow across the universities. And it also takes great ideas and great faculty members working together. So we've had an increase in joint publications. I'm going to give you some examples of how the universities have come together and across a few events. But this just gives you some sense of the growing amount of funding that's being received as part of jointly submitted proposals. These data come from proposals that are submitted between TTU and TTU HSC faculty. So we've had an increase of almost 2/3 in the number of awards submitted or received and the number of proposals submitted. So this is all good news. And this is a great early sign that our efforts are beginning to bear fruit. And our faculty have taken time out of their busy schedules to sit down and work together to help collaborate, think about collaborative research ideas, think about how we can work together administratively to facilitate collaborative research projects. So this is a great example. On October 6th, we held an event that focused on cancer research. Cancer is an important priority for the health sciences centers and, of course, our system. And bringing high-quality research into our universities and providing the best, highest quality of cancer care to the communities that we serve is very important to us. And this is an opportunity for us to really grow research capacity and research funding in our universities. We had about 50 attendees at this particular workshop that took place at the Texas Tech University Innovation Hub in Lubbock. So recall that we've identified 4 major areas under the One Health initiative, cancer being the first, the second being obesity and nutrition-related research and cardiometabolic disease. So to highlight that second element, we met on November the 3rd, and this was really cool because I remember fondly sitting in a van with Joe Heppert on a 2-hour drive up to Amarillo. He was in the front seat, I was in the back seat, keeping my eye on him. And it was actually really cool. We sat as faculty, I mean, felt like a bus trip. And we were getting to know one another and talking about ideas. We arrived in Amarillo on the evening of November 3rd at the School of Veterinary Medicine, that wonderful facility, and the vet med school and their leadership welcomed us with their opened arms, and we had a faculty research club event. That was great. The following day, we drove back down to Lubbock, and in the academic classroom building of the TTU-HSC campus, we held a workshop focusing on metabolic health, again, with almost 40 faculty members, staff, to discuss collaborative opportunities. And just last week, Thursday and Friday, we held the third in the series focusing on neurological disorders and brain health. The fourth component of our exercise will be to focus on infectious disease, zoonotic disease, which of course is an important part of the One Health concept. Deb already mentioned that there are administrative issues that need to be considered. Our Office of Research Compliance are across the universities are working together to align themselves. High-performance computing is becoming an important part of our daily lives as technology and computing speed becomes important. Storage. Texas Tech University has developed a high-performance computing center, and we are working across the Marcia Sharp with a fiber optic cable to ensure that we get access to that facility. This is important for things like bioinformatics, genetics, proteomics, what we call omics types of analyses to understand disease and the different health determinants of various diseases that we're interested in studying. So here's what happens now. Would you like to? Yeah, I've got it? Okay. So, as I mentioned, we had the neurological disease workshop and networking events on last week, 22nd, 23rd. We're excited. We're in the process of recruiting the inaugural director for this One Health Innovation Institute. Late spring, Dr. Heppert and myself and the provosts and El Paso, we will work together to create joint seed funding programs that help jumpstart what we believe will be effective collaborative research projects with the highest likelihood of bringing in extramural funding from the NIH, for example, which is something we're very focused on. We'll continue to refine the One Health sub-themes over the summer, and then in the fall, and this is a lofty goal, it's 6 months is not too far off. Universities don't always move at the speed of light, as we know. But this fall, we're very hopeful that we will be in a position to begin to formally hire faculty as part of our One Health initiative. And that's the update for One Health. I think it goes without saying, I've watched the Chancellor present, sort of galvanize the faculty on this topic, and I can't help but think the forest fires, the grass fires that are taking place in the Panhandle provide yet another prime example of how One Health can help address some of the most pressing challenges that we face in our region. So there's lots of exciting work, I think, that can be done to understand the grass fires, help prevent them, help mitigate their adverse effects. And so we're very excited about the multidisciplinary approaches that we are bringing together under this new, exciting initiative.
Thank you. All right, any comments or questions from anyone?
Just as kind of an overarching comment, if I might, I can remember years ago in a previous life when I was a regent that we were having to pay faculty to collaborate. We had to buy them to talk to each other. It was ridiculous. And to see the transformation to where we are today, I just want to continue to encourage all of you who are involved in that, and please know that this board, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here, is bent on collaboration, and we're serious about it, and you, I think, are reciprocating with that seriousness, and there's going to be some life-changing opportunities that come because of this. So thank you. Stay on task. Keep doing the good work, and know that you have the support of this board with it.
Another thing I would add is that we kind of laugh about universities moving slow and that kind of thing, but anything we can do to grease the wheels of progress, we're happy to do it because this is a high priority, and we want to help to make sure that it happens.
Regent Campbell, there's been more movement in the last 2 years than there have been in the last 50 because of that. Thanks.
All right, any other comments? Well, thank you very much for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
There is one addendum presentation on behalf of TTU on the TUF update.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Can you go back to the first page? There you go. Thank you very much. I was asked to provide an update on the Texas University Fund. What I'll do is give you a snapshot of what we have done in the last 10 years, and then how that provides a basis for projecting out 10 years as it relates to our aspirations to gain AAU status. We will present to this board later this spring a document that's nearly complete that lays out a 10-year roadmap for AAU. So in the past year, there's some numbers. We had $240 million in total research, 58 in federal research expenditures, $83 million in federal awards. If you look over the last 10 years, a large part of that progress has been made through the use of the National Research University Fund and the core funding we get from the state. Both of those sources will be replaced by the TUF. But that's helped us gain Carnegie Tier 1 status. But what's most important is to note that in the last 10 years, we've had a 120% increase in our federal research expenditures and federal awards. Most of that has come in the last 5 years. Now, this is, I know it's kind of busy. So this year, Texas Tech received $44.4 million. And this is kind of how it's determined. 75% of the TUF distribution is very formulaic. That's that peer base, $102 million. Texas Tech gets 1/3, Houston gets 1/3, North Texas State gets a 1/6, and Texas State gets a 1/6. Now, in the gray part on the bottom, that's competitive, based on research performance. So they take 25% of the distribution, and they give the biggest part of that out for what's called federal and private research expenditures. So our National Research University Fund money and the core was determined by our total research and what they called restricted. They're not doing that anymore. They want us to be generating money from external sources outside the state. So there's a priority on federal and then private research expenditures. That could be from foundations or donors and such. And then another part is through how many doctorates you award. Now, we got 1/3 of that competitive money, 8.6. Houston got about 40%. That is because right now, Houston does do more federal research than us by about $25 million. That's something we're going to have to improve on. Now, we got the largest percentage of the money for the doctorates because we award more doctorates than Houston. We rank 43rd in the nation in production of doctorates. Houston's 58. So there is where we're going to have to focus, increase our federal research expenditures and private sources, and continue to have a large graduate program. Now, what does that matter? So, in the end, we'd like to gain AAU status. These are the factors they look at. Number one, federal research, scholarly citations, and so on. We know exactly where we rank in each of these categories relative to the 69 schools. Our highest ranking is 35th, that's doctorates. We're 43rd in the category USDA and federal funding program. Unfortunately, our lowest ranking is federal. So it's all hands on deck to increase our federal research dollars. So these are our goals. We want that 58 million in federal to go up to 200. Now, that's a bold goal. But in the last 5 years, we're up almost 120%, and that was doing it with 17 million of NRUF and core. Now we're going to have 44 million. But because we have lost the NRUF and core, it's about 25 new million. But there's going to be more money. Proposition 5 says that 100 million more will go into the corpus of TUF every year. And there's possibilities for more. We have to have bold goals, and so we're going to shoot for 200, 500 million in total. And then in the other categories, we have to increase our performance. Our track record shows that I think we can do that. We must do it. So this is how we're going to spend our TUF money. And we started actually expenditures this year. 40% will go to new hires, 25% instrumentation and other resources that relate to research enterprise, 25% for facilities. A lot of that will be personnel. Noel's office needs more people. Joe's office, in terms of the Office of Research Services, last year we produced about 1,100 proposals. We need to get that up to 2,000. That takes a lot of work in the Office of Research Services. Faculty success and retention. We lose too many faculty. 2 weeks ago, I really hate to say this publicly, we lost a faculty member to Johns Hopkins, Maryland, and North Carolina State in 1 week. They were really great, productive faculty. The provost has been very proactive in trying to stop this loss and working with the deans and chairs. But when the program at Johns Hopkins was a second or third ranked program in the world. Well, what an opportunity for her. You can't argue with her, and we hated to lose her. But that 10% is going to help us keep what we already have and do it better. These are the areas we're going to focus in, where our existing strengths. Energy, oil and gas, renewables. About a week ago, Chancellor Mitchell and Joe Heppert and I went down to Abilene Christian University to look at their program on the molten salt reactors. Senator Charles Perry went with us. We are going to be involved in that nuclear energy program, primarily as a source of power related to produced water. We have the technology to desalinate that water, but the energy is the issue. And that's very important to our fracking industry. We worked a lot in water, climate resilience. That's ag, sustainability of genomic research, water, investing in our communities. One Health, that's going to be a big priority for us going forward, and also continue to work in the area of both cyber and physical security. Those are strengths we have that we'll continue to work in. I would be remiss if I didn't say that TUF offers our opportunities for undergraduates. We can pay students working in areas of research that includes undergraduate support, maintaining and growing our graduate program. That's a very important part of the student experience. We have a program at Tech called True Transformative Research Undergraduate Experience. We want every student to have an opportunity to be engaged in those special learning opportunities. We're not really starting from scratch. Provost Hendrick, and working with Joe and Noel, have been very engaged in strategic hires in the last 2 to 3 years. We've made 22 of these hires, and these are the areas that we've focused on. That last program there was that large NSF Engineering Research Center we got a couple years ago. They gave us $50 million for that. And so how are we going to move forward? Earlier this week, we had a town hall, a TUF town hall. That was the second one we've had. The turnout by the faculty has been wonderful. It's a chance for Ron, Noel, and Joe to tell them our plans, what we intend to do. There's a mechanism already in place where faculty, departments, deans can submit ideas. It's reviewed. It starts with the vice provost for research and our provost, and then Noel plays a big part, making sure we have we have the money to do the things we're planning. We're going to invest in areas that align with our existing strengths and new areas. And then, as I mentioned, we started those investments in January, and we'll be preparing a dashboard so that we can provide accountability to you, but also to the state. And that will be ready in the near future. Thank you.
Lawrence, if you reach your goal of 200 million, where does that put you in the AAU ranking?
That would still be about the bottom third.
Within the 69?
Yeah, I was just looking this morning. There are schools, well, if you look at total research, like Johns Hopkins, billions. Many schools do over $100 billion in federal. But that will still be above a lot of schools. Like in total research right now, of the 69, we rank 65th. But you have to realize you're looking at the very best. So, Regent Womble, it makes us competitive based on recent admissions into the AAU. And it's not exactly a scientific process. I called a president who had been the chairman of the board of membership of the AAU, and he said to me, Lawrence, this is a European aristocracy. I don't know if he was prepared to that be said publicly, meaning that there's a little bit of reputational issues. So beyond our performance, and we're starting to work on this right now. We've made some changes. Matt Dewey and his team, working with the provost and VPR, how do we tell our story that appeals to those schools? The chancellor has talked about what they did to advance the ranking of the medical school. We need to be more focused where we advertise for jobs and where we tell our story that relates to the people that will be judging us.
And this goal of getting to 200 million, what's the time frame?
10 years.
10 years. And how much is the goal going to move, or the bar going to move in that 10-year window? Are you going to find if you get to 200 that now you're,
And no one's sitting still.
Right.
So in 2022, we were 45. In fiscal year 23, 58. That's kind of the pace we're going to have to keep. But if you go look at all of this stuff on the NSF Higher Education Research Development Survey page, you'll see that everybody's working on this. But here's the advantage we have. We have focused on certain really outstanding schools that are going through budget cuts, telling deans and chairs, go there and recruit. And I'm not going to name those schools, but I'll tell you. I don't want to do that here. But we are blessed to be in a state that is still investing in higher ed. The Texas University Fund is a historically significant investment in higher ed. So that's what we have going for us. And I could say, talking to colleagues on a Big 12 board, we have more resources than a lot of schools right now.
Lawrence, the 10% faculty retention amount, $4.5 million a year is what you're going to allocate for faculty retention. When a quality faculty comes to you with an opportunity to go to Stanford or Johns Hopkins or anywhere in the country, are you typically given an opportunity to match?
Yeah,
or exceed that, and are we able to compete
Yes, sir.
with that?
Sometimes. The provost is most intimately involved in these things, and sometimes they're going to say, I've already gone. One of the three people I mentioned, I have met with them one Sunday afternoon in my office, trying to talk them off the ledge in the past. This time, he just made that decision. It was a wonderful faculty member, but sometimes it's an alignment of their research with the programs there. I will say this, after the town hall meeting, was that Monday or Tuesday, a faculty member who has 2 NIH grants came up to me. I'll say this. She says, it's not about the money. She says, sometimes I see you people up there and we back here. And she relayed personal frustrations she had in trying to convey her issues. And I said, you write to me, and we're going to have a meeting, blah, blah, blah. And we have to be doing everything we can to intervene with these faculty, I think, at a personal level. And this has, I said, been a real priority with the provost since he's been here.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you very much for that report, Dr. Skubanek. Okay, with that, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Are you sure?
For sure, for real, for
Very
real.
good. Okay.
True story.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. The Audit Committee will now meet. Regent Acosta serves as chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Audit Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is now called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 16th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any oppositions? The motion passes. Ms. Turner and Ms. Cook, please present item 1.
Thank you so much. We just heard a lot about the exciting research that's going on across all 5 of our institutions. This report is going to show you some of the ways that the system and the institutions support that work. In the summer of 2022, the directors of the FBI and its UK equivalent, MI5, issued a joint international warning about the threats posed by espionage efforts conducted specifically by the Chinese Communist Party. About the same time, Texas Tech officials received briefings similar to that related to research and cybersecurity in particular. That prompted the chancellor to initiate a system-wide effort to ensure that our institutions have appropriate measures in place to address that risk. In recognition that the state of Texas may be particularly at risk because of its robust and resource-rich academic, research, and business environment, the 88th legislature passed Senate Bill 1565, requiring all Texas public higher education institutions to implement a research security program. In order to approach this from a system-wide perspective, Chancellor Mitchell appointed Amy Cook as the research security officer for all 5 of our institutions. Amy serves as the Associate Vice President for Research Services at Texas Tech University. And we thank Dr. Skubanek and Dr. Heppert for their willingness to share Amy and leverage TTU's resources and the advanced state they're in this area to help our other institutions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amy to give you an update on what she's been doing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that Kim has spoken to you previously about research security, its importance and what it is, and what the basics are. And the basics is that it does involve safeguarding research activities, data, and intellectual property from threats such as espionage, unauthorized access, and foreign influence. The TTU system model for developing and implementing a robust research security framework to achieve compliance goals for Senate Bill 1565 is based on federal research security requirements. While not all institutions within the Texas Tech University system are federally required to meet that threshold, this model is being adopted in order to maintain a standard framework throughout the organization, anticipating research growth throughout all institutions, and with the expectation that federal research security requirements will continue to evolve and expand. This model will also allow for streamlined training and reporting and ensure that system institutions are able to collaborate and provide support to one another in this area. As Kim stated, I was designated as the Research Security Officer for the TTU system. This was done on September 1st, 2023. I was previously designated as the Research Security Officer for Texas Tech University in anticipation of federal requirements. Since that time, in collaboration with Kim, I have been reviewing the research portfolio, current research security infrastructure, and human capital needs of each institution. Texas Tech University has the largest need for a research security program, as it does meet the threshold requirements for federal requirements outlined in NISPOM 33, or the National Security Presidential Memorandum 33. These are the federal research security requirements we are basing our framework on. Texas Tech already has the infrastructure in place to comply with a dedicated Office of Export and Security Compliance Office and a dedicated conflict of interest team. TTU will continue to implement guidance and requirements as they are published, including cybersecurity requirements in collaboration with IT, foreign travel security, research security training, and export control training. I began the system review with Angelo State University, and after meeting with Dr. Bixler, Katie Plum, and several stakeholders, I was very encouraged to see that ASU already has a strong foundation in place and meets the majority of federal compliance, despite not being required to at this time. I will be returning to ASU later this semester to assist in reviewing updated processes and procedures, assist with training initiatives, and website information updates. I have also taken the opportunity to meet with Dr. Brown Marsden and Brittany Norman during my time here, and look forward to meeting with other MSU stakeholders later today to support their program implementation. I expect to work with Texas Tech University HSC and HSC El Paso in the near future. My goal is to have the initial framework for each institution, including a public-facing, system-wide, and institution-specific websites, in place by September 1, 2024. As required by Senate Bill 1565, I will be attending the Academic Security and Counter-Exploitation Conference next week and look forward to leveraging lessons learned. During fiscal year 25, while continuing to work with each institution on their specific implementation needs, I plan to assist them in identifying a research security liaison or officer, depending on their specific needs. Finally, until a permanent system research security officer is identified, I will continue to support all 5 institutions to ensure compliance and to ensure that both their administration and their faculty have the resources and support they need to be successful. As research grows at each institution and as federal and state requirements continue to evolve, I do anticipate that additional resources will be needed on both a system and institution level to ensure continued compliance.
Yes.
You know, one of the things about TUF, one of the things about all the work they're doing getting universities to work together, y'all aren't the only ones watching to see that research is increasing exponentially in our system. You've got people that don't have our best interests at heart that are watching exactly the same thing. So this goes hand in glove with everything that you just heard from all the universities on the research efforts that we're putting together.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Are there any other questions about this report?
I would just say thank you to you both, and thank you, Ms. Cook, for you stepping in this critical area, as Chancellor Mitchell just mentioned, and especially launching this and your timeline. It seems very appropriate, very fast, and so thank you again to you both for your efforts.
Dr. Mitchell could not have chosen a better person to initiate this for all the institutions. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you both, and Ms. Turner, will you present item number 2?
I want to take a few minutes to discuss an upcoming audit. That's something I don't do very often, but I think this one's really important to talk about a little bit up front. This is an audit related to Senate Bill 17 compliance. Senate Bill 17 is the bill enacted by the 88th legislature related to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives at Texas public higher ed institutions. This new statute became effective on January 1st, 2024. Here's a very brief overview of and the title of this in the Texas Education Code is Responsibility of Governing Boards Regarding Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiatives. This statute prohibits most DEI activities, but there are notable exceptions related to the things that you see on the screen, including academic coursework, creative, scholarly, and research activities, student organization activities, guest speakers and performers are still allowed, and you see some other things here, data collection, student recruitment, and admissions. And then certain activities required by federal law are still allowable. Here are some things that come from the statute, the Education Code. The Education Code requires the Board of Regents to ensure that institutions do not do these things that are listed. There cannot be DEI offices, no DEI statements in the hiring or other processes, no preferential treatment on these bases that are listed, and then no DEI type training is required unless it is related to something that's been approved by both General Counsel and the Coordinating Board. The statute also requires the Board of Regents to ensure that institutions adopt policies and procedures for disciplinary action and annually submit a certification report to the Coordinating Board. We anticipate that certification from the board will come in August of this year. And then periodically, board members may be asked to testify before legislative committees. There's a strong caveat in the bill that says state appropriated funds may not be spent by an institution until this certification report is received for that year. And the SAO is required by the statute to periodically audit this every 4 years. So what is the system's approach to this Senate bill compliance been? Well, first, there was a legal review jointly conducted by members of the General Counsel, Equal Opportunity Office, and Governmental Relations as well. They reviewed over 425 activities across all 5 of our universities and system administration. I think that number is even higher now as more questions have come in. The Office of the Provost worked with General Counsel to develop high-level guidance, and that's been provided to executives across the system. The universities have implemented changes, many changes, to bring the activities and the offices that do work in this area into compliance with the statute. So you may be asking, why are we doing an audit? Virtually every audit shop in the state at a higher education institution is either already doing this or is going to be doing it as we are. How are we going to do this work? Well, our risk in my mind right now is very low because the lawyers that I mentioned have just gone through a process to identify what's allowable, what's not allowable. They've provided that information to the administrations of the institutions, and the institutions have taken very quick action to bring their activities into compliance. As I see it, the real risk is in 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, whenever we have people who may have come in from out of state as our staff members or our faculty members or in administration, who may not be as familiar with this statute. So the most important thing that we're going to be looking at in our audit is what are the internal control procedures that each university has put in place to ensure continued compliance. We want that sustainability of compliance for years to come, not just right now when it's fresh on everyone's mind. We may also do compliance testing. We haven't actually set the objectives of this audit yet, but that internal control piece is for sure going to be there. Ted asked me whenever I was visiting with him about this engagement, he said, well, how will you find it if someone working on a search committee asks the applicants to provide a diversity statement, which is prohibited? And I said, it would be really hard for us to find that. But what's really important is that the institution is notified of that and finds that. So what is the process that's going to be in place at each institution for training in this area and information, communication of what's okay and what's not okay, so they know and can maintain compliance? Are there any questions about this? Awesome. Okay, that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Ms. Turner. If there are no further questions, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the audit.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. Our final committee to meet today is the Facilities Committee. Regent Womble serves as the chair, and Regent Acosta serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Womble, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Due to excellent leadership in the Audit Committee and the Facilities Committee, there are only 5. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 16th, 2023.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get started, I wanted to introduce Kyle Owen. Is Kyle still here? Do you hang out with? Yeah, there's Kyle back there. Kyle is the Associate Vice President of Facilities for MSU, and he's also a great tour guide, I heard. So really love working with Kyle and his team, working on Bowling Hall with them. Kyle, thank you for all your efforts on that. Mr. Chairman, item number 1 is at ASU to approve the total project budget for the Concho Hall demolition project and accept the construction manager at risk. Back in November, you granted us approval to start an early bid package to start demolition and abatement only on the interior. And just a reminder where Concho Hall is. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Concho, but I'm also going to add an ad alternate up there for another building that the President's office has had us look at. So Concho Hall, again, built early in 1969, 10 stories, and it's about 103,000 square feet. That's the building that we're demolishing. And then this is an aerial. And the reason I wanted to show this, I want to show the proximity to another building up there that they want to take down. And so it's pretty close to Concho Hall, so we wanted to kind of combine our efforts on Concho Hall and then take a look at this building. This is the ad alternate. It's also in the GMP already. I've been told this was called the Scrub Pub, which you could do your laundry and have a beverage at the same time. That's why there's no windows in the building. But this was built in 1976, 2-story, 5,560 gross square feet. They purchased in 2016. This is a part of the Vanderventer Avenue work that's going on right now as ASU's taken on property and done some redevelopment work over there. I've showed that to you in the past. So this is included in the GMP, and we'd like to proceed with demolition of this building also. As a reminder, this is some of the asbestos-containing material that's in this building. The top left, about 16,600 square foot of tile. Bottom left, fittings and insulation on pipe. The bottom right is you've got some floor tile, basically, and we're pulling all that out. But I also want to talk a little bit more about the fireproofing that's in the top right-hand corner. This is a little bit better picture of that. In the original drawings, fireproofing was only supposed to be at the concrete deck. But as we started tearing out some of those ceilings, a part of Bid Pack 1, we got into looking at a bunch of oversprays. You can kind of see it coming down the side of the concrete pan joists. So what we've done with this GMP is we've added an allowance for each floor. And so we'll go in as we get the ceilings out, we'll take all of our teams in, do an analysis, we'll give it a percentage, and then we'll hit that allowance per floor with how much overspray we have. Because the guys taking out the asbestos have to spray it, scrape it, bag it, and there's a lot of time, a lot of added square footage. Originally, it was about 87,900 square feet at the deck. This is going to add a little bit more. So this is in the GMP, and it's a healthy allowance to go floor by floor. And we'll be good stewards of the dollar in doing that analysis. So here's the ask. Again, the November item was the early bid package for interior demolition and abatement. The additional request is for the 3.7 for a 6.36 total for the demolition of Concho. So here's the recommendation: to accept the guaranteed maximum price for Concho Hall demo, increase the budget by the 3.7 for a $6.36 million project, report that to the THECB and get it off the inventory, and amend the construction manager at risk agreement. And the total project, again, is going to be paid with the RFS and housing revenues. The institutional funds will be for the other building, the commercial building, and the housing will take care of Concho. That's the recommendation.
Are there any questions? A little bit of this is fallout from Dr. Lang and all of his buildings and tearing down, and President Hawkins.
You gotta
I
follow-
gotta get in on
follow
that.
suit.
I gotta do me some of that, so. Is there a motion to approve the item as it is presented?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Kramer will present item number 2 for us.
Thank you. In compliance with Regents Rule Chapter 13 on our namings, I'm here to get the approval of the naming for the scoreboard within the Dan Law Field at Rip Griffin Park. And now we can talk about Berry and Sudi Street. I won't read all of this for you, but those of you who know, and I guarantee you that everyone up here at the dais as well as back here and in the audience know the Street family. They have a long history, long legacy of not only giving back to their university, but they have a long history of servant leadership that they do. Barry has served on the Alumni Association Board, getting himself to that chairman position. He's been instrumental in all activity along the Davis College and agriculture and work that he does there. He serves currently on the Texas Tech Foundation Board. So he has a very long history. Sudi, all of their children. Barry, those of you know, if not, just ask him where he comes from. It's Crest, Texas. And he can draw any conclusion from any relationship all the way back to Crest. So he is a West Texan. He is proud of where he comes from. Just to give a quick quote, he says, "I serve because of what this university has done for me." And when I talk about servant leadership, he is truly one of those. But he and his family have made a large commitment to the new scoreboard that's within the park. So at this point in time, I'm asking for the recommendation for you is to approve the naming of the new baseball scoreboard within Dan Law Field at Rip Griffin Park, to be known as the Berry Street Family Scoreboard.
Any questions? If none, is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Patrick. And please proceed with item number 3, Mr. Breedlove.
Thanks, sir. Item number 3, we're going to go to Texas Tech, the Junction campus for the Wildlife Disease and Deer Research Facility and the Llano River Conservation Center project for design professional stage 1 services. I don't know if you've ever been to this campus located in the Hill Country. It's beautiful, and it is just stunning at all the pictures you can get. This was acquired back in 1971 from Texas A&M, has 411 acres and 31 buildings. But there is a history of this campus. Chancellor mentioned the Junction Boys just a few minutes ago. This is the famous site of the Junction Boys, and this is where Bear Bryant conducted that football camp, 10-day camp back in September of 1954. The ordeal became known as the Junction Boys by a movie and a book. So this had, it's pretty interesting on the history of this. There's a 4-year drought going on. Bear takes his players, about 100 of them, and 39 survived. Jim Burkhart was one of those, and he weighed 185 pounds going in at 6'1", and he was a guard. So probably wouldn't make it today, but he's one of the survivors of the Junction Boys, so pretty cool deal. Also, back in '54, Tech beat them 41-9 in front of 16,000 people. That was the only losing record Bear Bryant had in his 38 years, too.
Why did A&M sell the property?
You know, I don't know. I don't think they're taking care of it, and I think one of the legislative, oh, here she goes. Do what? They didn't sell it. There you go. So they gave it to us. It's a great, great piece of property. In fact, if you go there, a lot of the buildings are still the same. The places where they slept, the players slept, still there. So no air conditioning, no heating. 11-day or dawn to 11 p.m., no water breaks. They had a wet towel for the defense and a wet towel for the offense. That's all they had. And they went 1-9. So here's the project overview. We have 2 buildings that we're going to talk about today. One of them is the BSL-2. It's the Wildlife Disease and Research Facility. And this BSL-2 will be a standalone, or, you know, we're looking at even building it modular, bring it on site, or we'll just use conventional construction. But it's a BSL-2 compliant research lab, and you can see some of the equipment in there. So the location of it, You can see it's down at the bottom, and we're going to keep it away from the main campus and out of the way. So that's the first building that we're looking at. The second building is a multi-purpose conference facility. It's about 7,000 to 7,500 square feet. We hope to put 200 people in there for meetings or events. There's really not a great place to do that. I had a meeting there not long ago. We met in the cafeteria. Again, one of the original cafeteria was the building that was there during the Junction Boys. So been there a long time. They really need some updates out there. This building's going to have reception area, multi-purpose rooms, catering, food service, storage areas, classrooms, specimen storage places, and it's going to have an exterior teaching space, so we'll add that as an alternate. It's also got flexibility to darken and dim the exterior lighting. This is a big area for astrological viewing events out there, so I think in the last eclipse, they had about 350 or 400 people out there. We'll have utilities and also some parking. There's the ask, mainly for design. It's $361,000. And the recommendation is to approve the expenditures of the $361,000 for the design of those two projects for a total project budget of $6.4, award a design professional agreement, and authorize stage 1 design services. This will be paid through RFS, and it's also a CCAP project with legislative appropriations. That's the recommendation.
Who's got operational control of the facility after the fact, and who's got responsibility for the P&L funding the project? Funding the facility afterwards?
Just from the Texas Tech side, so they have a staff down there, and they have about, I think, 11 employees down there, and I think that the provost offices manages that facility along with the VPR, both of them do. So Joe Heppert's involved in a lot of these discussions on what's going down there, and then Warren Conway, who manages that facility for them, is involved in this process also.
But Lawrence's group is holding their hand up to take all of the financial responsibility for the facility.
Well, we received about $8 million in what's called CCAP funding, used to be tuition revenue bonds, to provide improvements there, and that's paying for this. But we do invest there.
Okay, but going forward, I mean, y'all are willing to handle all the maintenance and all the financial responsibility for the facility.
As we do for the Junction.
Right, campus, right. But we don't have the convention center now, right? Or the center there. Any other questions?
I was just gonna say, as someone who lives on the Llano River, I know conservation efforts are really needed. I live about 30 minutes from this facility. Okay. And so I know that it'll provide a lot of opportunities to work with the community and organizations that are trying to work on conservation efforts right now for the river.
Yeah, it's beautiful down there.
Any other questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
Motion to move.
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 4.
Yes, sir. So this is HSC Lubbock. This is approve a total project budget for the Laboratory Animal Resource Center, the LARC expansion project, and accept a construction manager at risk GMP. This is a CCAP project also, and we are ready for construction. And this is, as a reminder, this is the area that we're talking about. The top part, if you're starting at the right, the dirty cages come in, the cage washers are in the middle, and then the clean cages come. This is all in the brown part, and then as it passes down into the blue and purple, it's now into the research facility. To the right, direct right of this facility is an existing vivarium, so we're going to be working down in the basement, Pod C, next to the existing vivarium while it's operational. So it's a little bit delicate down there. We've got a really good partner moving forward on this, so it's going to be a great addition to the HSC team. So project overview is to expand the existing LARC vivarium by approximately 13,962 square feet in order to meet the current and future needs of HSC research community. We've heard a lot about that going on today. The expansion has been designed to aid in elevating research by HSC and creating a facility that meets contemporary industry standards for research and animal housing. The project will incorporate innovative technologies, advanced built-in equipment necessary for the future needs and principal investigators. Earlier, you approved us an early equipment package that's still on order. That was the cage washers and the sterilizers. They're on their way. So I think it's going to work out perfectly on timing. And the expansion will create a dedicated bio-exclusion barrier facility adjacent to the existing vivarium, so there's no cross-contamination. So there's the budget. This is, the 3.7 is what you approved earlier for the equipment. The additional request is $11.2 million to do construction for a revised budget of $15 million. And again, that's the CCAP money that we got. Recommendation to accept the guaranteed maximum price for the construction of the LARC, increase the budget by $11.2 million for a $15 million project budget, report the project to THECB, award the CM at risk agreement, and then again, like I said, this is CCAP funds. That's a recommendation.
Billy, any questions? Require a motion to approve the item as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present your construction project report as item number 5.
Just two quick projects I want to touch on today. One is MSU Bowling Hall renovation project. We do have the groundbreaking ceremony at 4 p.m. today. Thank you for the tent. I saw that out there. This is built in 1966. This is a viewpoint from Taft Avenue. As you can see, the building's a little dated, and I know the president actually worked in there. So again, we're going to make it pretty for her. This is from Wigwam Trail. This is the north elevation. So if you look at the new tower element to the right, that's going to be the new addition. And as we kind of look at the floor plan, if you reverse it around, you'll see where the new addition is going to be, and that's mainly classrooms, and then you can see all the other elements. This has, again, 5 programs in it. It's biology, mathematics, computer sciences, geosciences, and chemistry. This project, too, we're going to be operating while the building's in operation, so we'll take half of the building down, do the work there, and move them back in, and then take the other half down, so it's going to be an occupied building. But it does have about 100,000 square feet when you total those two numbers together of 93,000 in renovation and 7,500 for the new addition. We're going to go in, retro commission, gut it, update all the mechanical, electrical, control points, the air handling equipment, electrical switchgear transformers. We were lucky you guys approved an early bid package for that equipment. It's on the way. New temperature control system for the greenhouse, you'll see that, and then some accessibility upgrades. But hopefully this is what she's going to look like. The top left is the existing building. So we're tearing out a classroom right now. So this will now become the lobby. The new addition on the second floor is just a collaboration space. Bottom left is the second floor, and this is where the new meets the old of the project. And then the bottom is looking southwest from the existing building. So we got great hopes for that. This is part of the demolition. We just started demolition and a little bit of abatement going on, so our contractor's on the move. So no money's really moved significantly, just some jostling around for payments and getting our budgets correct. And then I also wanted to talk a little bit about Rip Griffin Park. So we finished this project back in December, and we haven't met since we did that, so I want to kind of show the board a little bit of how that finished product came out. So this is the front view. Again, we finished December. The team locker room is on the left. It's a major league caliber locker room. Hopefully someday you'll get to go in there and look at that. Top right is Tadlock's office. Bottom right is the lobby. And then we've got hydrotherapy in the top left. And then we also just have the training area on the top right. But the bottom two pictures are that old metal building that we took, and there was lots of discussion of, do you put good money on an old building or what? So if you go out there today, it looks like a brand new building, and it's all hitting bays in there with lots of technology, lots of room, lots of equipment in there. And then this is mainly the lobby area, or not the lobby area, the team lounge area. The team had no place before. The only place they had was their locker room. They ate in their locker room, they studied in their locker room, they collaborated in their locker room. This is their new area now, where they can actually have time to hang out, get some nutrition, study, watch TV, and you can actually see the field from there. So, Mr. Chairman, that is my report for the day.
Thank you very much, Billy. Anybody have a question?
Just a comment, if I might, Dusty, that, even in baseball, you're starting to see an arms race kind of ensue with regard to NIL as well as facilities enhancement. And I can tell you that this place has taken a unique position as far as these types of amenities are concerned. And about maybe 4 or 5 years ago, UT did something, and I've been in that facility, and this one runs circles around it. So I just want to commend you and your team for this, because it's a beautiful place, and it's going to be a significant, I think, magnet and attractive amenity for those kids that Coach Tadlock is recruiting.
Yeah, if you
I'm very proud of what you've done here.
Yeah, if you talk to the coaches, they're already saying it's making a big impact. So that's the whole point.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes an efficient and concise Facilities Committee report.
Could not have said it any better. Thank you. Okay, thanks, everyone. That concludes the business to be handled by the committees. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. And at this time, the board will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through .074 and .076 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in executive session. will now reconvene into open session. Vice Chairman Carrick Davis, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are 4 action items resulting from executive session. Motion number 1. I move that the board authorize President Lang or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in El Paso as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Okay, motion number 2. I move that the board authorize President Haney or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the sale of unimproved real property owned by MSU in Wichita Falls, Texas, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Heard the motion, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Motion number 3. I move that the board authorize President Haney or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for subleases of property leased by MSU in Flower Mound, Texas, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. The motion passes.
The 4th and final motion, I move that the board authorize the honorary naming of a unit of Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center in Midland in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in executive session, and delegate to President Rice Spearman the authority to announce the naming at the appropriate time.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, there are no additional actions to be taken on the remaining items posted for and discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene tomorrow on Friday, March 1 at 8:30 a.m. We will see you in the morning. We are